Okay, it's on.
Alright, here we go.
There is some noise on the microphone though. Or maybe that comes from me. Let me mute myself.
Yeah, if you
for a bit.
talk, we can hear you.
Yeah, the noise definitely comes from your microphone. It's just some slight USB noise. I think if you just slightly turn down your microphone, that might help.
Better now?
Sorry? Yeah, it's better. I'm gonna mute
Alright.
myself now.
Hello, and welcome to this live stream from my workshop. It's been a while that I did this, so I might be a bit out of the habit. Yeah, there's a comment, so I'm already having some viewers. That's really nice. Thank you so much for confirming that I'm online. Yeah, today I'm going to craft a miniature version of these parallel compasses I made in my last video. And while doing that, we will occasionally talk a bit about the state of the movie project and the Animate light boards, other things I'm up to, and yeah, what my future plans might be. Maybe also ramble about other things which come to mind, we'll see. Yeah. So first of all, I want to give a shout out to my music artists which I'm playing in the background. So big thanks to Ariel, my friend, Maurice Trench, Billy Rubin, Reptile Juice, and not to forget Martin from Wintergarten, who are also kind to let me use their music for the live stream in the background. You will find links to their sites in the description down below. And also huge thanks to Andras, who is with me in the live stream right now. You heard him in the beginning. He helped a lot to set up this entire streaming setup with all the cameras, and he was also so kind to sponsor me a new Wi-Fi router for the workshop, which enables me to have my smartphone as an additional camera, which allows me to move it around and show various things, which is also super helpful. And also, he is able to talk in the live stream if I mess up with something. Yeah, here's in the chat. Hey, can also say something. So yeah, I think that's it for a start. Before I jump right into the crafting, there's a first question. When will you do Bugs TV again? And that's really an insider. For anyone who don't know, Bugs TV was kind of a YouTube series I did way before an Unbound Clockwork, and it's basically just some silly stuff. And well, I'm not sure if we will ever do an episode again, but I really hope that we will come around to it. But Billy Rubin and me both are not that easy going in front of a camera anymore. Maybe it comes with age, but somehow we still want to do an episode someday. We will see. I'm not sure. Andras says, yeah, it's a bit delayed for you as well. True, of course. Okay, so if you have any questions about anything, just write them in the chat. And I think, while also waiting for maybe a few more people to come in, I will start with the crafting. So yeah, the miniature compasses I'm making, let's see the parts again here. They're basically very similar to the big ones I made in the last video, but maybe like a tiny toy version of them. And it's basically a reward for some of my supporters on Patreon. There are still a few who I owe a little original handcrafted miniature, so that's what we're going to do today. I'm usually making a series of 10, but today I guess I will make 3 of them. 10 would be a bit too much repetition. And yeah, thing is, these parts, they start off in this sheet metal form. Maybe we can show that here quite well. So this is 0.5 millimeter brass, and it has all the... Oh, it's not that visible. It's always difficult to film metal because it's so reflective. Maybe let's have a look here. Yeah, we have all these parts in this cutout sheet. All the miniatures I've used in the past, and there are a few parts left for something in the future maybe. But yeah, I already popped out the thin parts, and because the first step is always to pop them out, sand them smooth and cut the threads, and this is a bit of a boring operation, so I prepared this in advance, and I have a little clip which shows that. So this was pre-recorded just so we can start with the parts in a nicely prepared state. It's so satisfying to remove them from this laser cut sheets. There are tiny bridges which you can just pop out basically. Here you can see me cutting the threads. That's an M1 tab, so 1 millimeter in diameter. And it's always so fiddly. You can imagine when I film this for standalone YouTube videos, the most difficult part is getting a nice shot because everything is so tiny and the hands are so big, and yeah, it's just super annoying because if the camera sees what I'm doing, then I don't see what I'm doing. And similar to the big parts, I sand them flat, just putting a piece of sandpaper on a glass sheet so it's super flat, and then moving it back and forth. There goes my hallmark. Yeah, and the fingers always get super dirty when doing this sanding, so sometimes I wear gloves for it. Because the stuff also really doesn't come out of the skin when washing. So and here we are. All right. So these are the parts in these little containers here, prepared for 10 pieces. Yeah, and after the sanding and tapping, I also thrown them into my ultrasonic cleaner, but I spare you the sound of that because it's really the most painful sound I can make in my workshop without breaking anything. Yeah, and in addition to those thin main parts, there are also these ones here, which will be the tips of the compasses. And those I still have a few remaining in these laser cut sheets, which I'll pop out later. But the first thing I want to do is really to see if those parts assemble already, or if I need to sand on the gears to make them fit. So let's see if I can zoom in a bit more. Yeah, like that should probably work. Eep. Yeah, live streaming is always less optimal than filming. But I hope you can see something. Billy said to me that he wanted to do, but he is not sure if he will make it again. Yeah, I think Billy and me both agree on that in regards to Spax TV. We both kind of want to do it again, but we're not sure if we're still able to do it after all these years. Alright, so this will be the tip parts, and the gears will mesh like this. I think that might just work, but we'll see. I have this container of tiny screws. All the tiny brass screws I'm using for my builds, and this time this is the container we need. M1 flathead screws, 2mm long, really tiny. I'm just taking out a few. I think I need 4 for the upper assembly. And that's always the tricky part. It's so tiny, I'm not even sure you can see anything. Where did I put the screwdriver? There. Basically, I'm sticking them through the top layer first. And then let's try putting it down like this, so the 2 screws are basically sticking out like pins. Maybe I should switch to the close-up camera so we can see what I'm actually doing. Just a second. There we are. Maybe that's a bit too bright. Like this. So let's see if that fits. And here it's important, of course, that they are symmetrically. Oh yeah, that seems to work nicely. I'm quite relieved I don't have to sand all the teeth again, because that was a very annoying step on the big ones. Like this is the correct orientation, I think. Yeah. So now how do I pick it up to turn the screws? So that's the back side now. Trying to pick up the entire sandwich. Like this. Getting in the screws. Erp. Okay, that seems to work. Nice, could be worse. Yeah, it's working nicely. Why is one leg shorter than the other? Oh, I see. Those pieces are not symmetrical. You see down there, the hole is not in the center of the rod, it goes a bit to one side. So I need to flip one of those legs, and I'm not sure which one, so that's a great opportunity to have a look at my plan. So that's the construction I did years ago when I was planning that miniature. And here we can see on the legs that the little hole should point a bit to the outside, so we need to flip that leg, it seems. But maybe we can do it without disassembling everything again. Let's try. And what's really handy for these tiny screws is some pliers with a bent needle tip, because the flat ones are always difficult for grabbing these things, but the bent ones are really great, like this. Oop. Okay, so let's flip that around. There. Like this. Put them in again. I'm trying to not touch the parts more than necessary, because human fat and sweat makes them rusty really quickly. And I mean, brass can handle it. If the parts are lying around for a while, they form a nice even yellow oxide layer, which is also protective. But if they're freshly polished, they're quite susceptible to fingerprints. I'm not sure if I can do it without touching the parts. Now everything is crooked. Oh no, I need my fingers. It's so fiddly. When I do the videos, I always get comments about, oh, your patience and you must have such stable fingers, but no, I don't. In the videos I just see only the takes which worked the best, but I usually cut out all my swearing and all the failed attempts. Okay, now I got it in again. And now it should be more symmetrical. Yeah, that's really nice. Phew! And now let's look at the construction again, and I'm pretty sure... Oh, okay, the inner legs, they point basically to the outside on the lower end and to the inside on the upper end. It's too long ago that I did the construction for these, so I don't remember why I did it like this, but I probably had my reasons, I assume. Okay, let's also put those in. And another tiny screw. Ugh. Yeah, now you can see me struggle in real time. Okay, one. And the second. Okay, here we are. Whoop. And the legs. Not connected. Can also show it really close. Like this. Ooh. There's the focus. Here. It's really difficult holding these things in mid-air and in focus, but you can imagine. Okay, so I'm glad the prepared parts fit together, and no, we can't see your struggle, unfortunately. Were my hands in the way, or what does that mean? Or just because you didn't see my face? Well, I can't show everything simultaneously, but either way, I'm glad the parts fitted together at all. And next thing would of course be the tips, these tiny things, to make them connected at the lower end. But maybe, sorry, I've forgot to switch back from the drawings. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's inconvenient that my reference screen is behind me and not in front of me, but yeah, my workshop is quite crowded. I'm getting used to it, sorry for that. So, in that, I need to show again what I did. Here's the assembled legs of the compasses, and I tried to show them more closely, like this. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Yeah, like this. Okay, so now that we have this first assembly and wanting to do the tips next, maybe it's time to talk a bit about the movie project, because I guess that's what most people are here for. And usually I made a bigger update video every year to talk about the progress of that year, and this time it's like, oh, I don't have that much things to show, sadly, so yeah, I decided maybe a live stream is a bit more appropriate to talk about the reasons, what's going on, and how the project will continue and everything. So maybe let's start by wrapping up where we are and what happened in the recent 2 years since the last proper bigger update video. And thing is, in 2024, if you remember, my main job, so to speak, was making those miniature robot kits. Basically, I had 16 or 17 people who subscribed to those kits, who received parts every month, and so I made a series of 19 robot kits, and that was my main job. And on the side, we tried to do as much for the movie as possible, but just crafting those kits, it took like 3 weeks every month to prepare the parts and do the video, so there were only a few days left every week. And what we did, if you remember, is we shot this city on top of the stone column. Is it visible? If I turn the webcam slightly, you should be able to see the model there. Yeah. So that's what we did 2024, and that basically wrapped up all the establishing shots. It was not real animation, it was more like camera movements over this model, sometimes a tiny bit of movement but no character animation, so it was really lacking that. But in total the movie has like 2 minutes just of various establishing shots, so it was some actual progress in minutes, and I think Maurice and me are both very glad that we wrapped up this part, because it was also a bit annoying, to be honest, because Maurice had to rebuild that model 3 times for the different stages of thickness, and yeah, it was a bit dull work, but it's done and we made some progress, and that's really nice. And then, like, my conclusion of that year was, okay, this handcrafty work I'm trying to do for a living does not scale very well, because yeah, I was barely making a living of those robot kits. It worked out, it was my main income and it worked out, but it was not a lot. But even if there would have been more demand for the robot kits, I wouldn't be able to make more, because yeah, I was at my fullest capacity just making the 19 of them. And yeah, handcraft just doesn't scale well. It only scales linearly at best. And so during that year, another idea popped up. If you remember, also for that stone column with the city, I invented that little light controller contraption which could control all the miniature lights on that model directly from DragonFrame. And I made a video about that back then, and a lot of people in the comments said, hey, I could also use a light controller like this, and came up with all sorts of ideas what else it could be used for. And then I made a newer prototype, which I was also able to give out to some testers who also do stop motion stuff to play around with. And the feedback was surprisingly great. Like, the video was my most successful back then. And yeah, I took this as a sign that maybe there is something in this idea of a miniature light controller, which is like a standalone board, cheap and small, you could integrate into miniatures and props and sets and everything, and also, yeah, control via software. So I thought, yeah, I have a background in computer science, and maybe it's time to try out something new. That handcrafty stuff doesn't work that well. So I applied for a basically startup fund, like a small fund which support new business ideas. And I got that fund in late 2024. And that was also a bit of a surprise, because I still wasn't sure if normal people outside of stop motion think there's something in that idea of the miniature light controller, but apparently the jury thought so too. And so I got that fund, and that was basically just some basically basic income to support my living costs while I would start the new company. And my idea was, okay, so I have this fund, I start the light controller project together with Andras, who later joined that project, and I would concentrate on the movie in my spare time and here in the workshop. But as things happen, quite ironically, as soon as you give up with handcraft, suddenly there's a lot of demand. And right in that time when we started the new company, I got the 2 biggest commissions I ever had, and then it was just too much all of a sudden, and I was again at my fullest capacity and could barely handle all the things I needed to do. There are a few questions in the comments. Marcelo Merola Art asks, when you think about initiating a project, an animation project, which is your major concerns, the story itself or the characters? Which needs more attention in your opinion? That's not an easy question. I would think the story and the characters basically follow along depending on that story. I'm not sure if characters and story are so distinct of each other. I think characters are always a big part of the story. But maybe on a similar thought, what I usually say is that the technique you're using to tell the story should relate well to the story you're telling. Like, the media of stop motion is very hands-on and physical and has all this texture, and so is there something in your story which matches the medium? Is there a good reason to use the technique you're using, basically? And the same for other animation techniques. If you're doing hand drawing or computer animation or anything, does it make sense for the story you tell? And yeah, it's hard to put it in words, but like my movie, for example, has a lot of like anti-consumerism, or how to say, a bit of social critique in it. And I think the way the movie is made in this very hands-on, handcrafty way, which is very slow but with a big attention to detail, is conceptually like the opposite of what I'm trying to critique, if you know what I mean. There's another question or a comment from Wampy Sweden. I used to make short cartoons myself when I was in school. This is deeply impressive for basically being a one-man project, I must say. Thank you so much. But to be honest, it's not a one-man project anymore. By now there are a few more people involved, most of all Maurice, who's with me since like 5 or 6 years already. He also put a lot of his own ideas and time into the project. And there are also other people who help out with different crafts I'm not that good at. For example, different people over the years have made the costumes from cloth, and then there's a puppet maker who's good at all that sculpting and mold making stuff, and other people who are good at the post-production. And I really enjoy these kind of collaborations. Like, for some years it was a one-man project, and I really suffered a bit from being alone with all the tasks, even the one I'm not that good at. And I really enjoy that right now I can concentrate on the things which I think are my main how do you say, which I'm best at, you know, which is the mechanical crafting, the metal crafting, and some of the set designs and stuff. And I'm happy to collaborate on the other things. Are you still living in Coburg? Asks the King of Frauenknast. No, I'm living in Leipzig since already a few years. When did I move here? Already 2017, I think. So I'm not in Coburg anymore for quite some years. Okay, where was I? State of the Movie Project and 2025. The idea of just doing the miniature light controllers as the main business and then focusing on the movie didn't work out, because I suddenly got the 2 biggest commissions of my lifetime. And I already also prepared a little clip showing what I did there. There was one short film project which required 2 giant armatures with some very special requirements. They needed spines which can bend in all directions, but also can get longer and shorter for a sort of stretch and squash movement. So that was very challenging to design and to build. And they also had fully articulated heads and some other features. And I also made some giant rigs for that production. So that was like, I think, around 10 weeks full time. And then there was another commission which was basically just a big order from my online shop, but it was tons of parts, like dozens of rigs and these miniature articulated hand armatures I'm making, and I think over 100 pairs of arms. So, well, I was glad I got that commission, but then again it was not very artistic work. It was really just playing factory for multiple months, and that really made me very busy. And I think doing that while funding a new company, while still trying to keep the movie project somewhat in mind, and also doing the Patreon supporter updates every month and struggling to provide any reasonable progress, that was really exhausting. And I think what I suffered most from was not the amount of work, but having to switch between the different topics all the time, sometimes multiple times a day, like switching from software engineering to crafting to 3D modeling to electronics engineering to just communicating with people and doing the bureaucracy for founding the company, and was just too many different things all at once. And at some time during that year I probably burned out a bit and really struggled to enjoy my work. And but then again, I'm very grateful that it worked out that way, and that at least for the moment right now, I'm able to live off my handcraft work and from commissions. And this was an important step forwards, but not a sustainable way to continue, and also not a way how my movie project could ever be completed. So thing is, during the end of 2025, things calmed down a bit, and I took some time for personal projects, cleaning up the workshop, which was a mess for most of the year. I built that cupboard with all the drawers, which was really enjoyable, and I'm still in the process of slowly moving all my tools and parts into that cabinet. And then the compasses I did during Christmas were also a bit of a soul food project for myself. And so things calmed down a bit, and I think now I finally feel ready to actually start crafting something for the movie again. So let's hope this will happen. Right now there are a few smaller commissions going on, but I think they don't occupy my mind that much. So I'm confident that I will be able to craft some things again. And I forgot some things in 2024. We also, we really tried to make some progress at the movie nevertheless, despite me not being able to craft anything, but there are other construction sites going on. For example, the post-production. For many years I had these big shots of the city model, which were just in front of not well lit blue screens, and I knew we would need to put something in the background to really make the city feel big. So I also prepared a little clip for that. You might remember from the update videos, I think I only made 1 or 2 in 2025, but the early one from spring, I showed this, and I collaborated with 2 VFX artists to make these backgrounds, and someone did some 3D modeling to make some buildings and scaffolding for the backgrounds. And we used photographs of the real model I made for the textures, so it has the same vibe to it. And these backgrounds will be static and quite blurry in most shots. So I hope that it's okay to be like this. And here we can see a first test composite, how it fits in that scene. So we have the 3D model, and we arranged it into a composition which fits in the background, and we have 1 test shot to prove that it works. And I'm super relieved to see that it's achieving the look I want, and all the processes work out. And now there are just 40 more shots where this background needs to be added, and that will be quite a bit of work. But I know that it's possible, which is already quite relieving, and I know the people who can do it. So that's something we will continue on the side to work on this. And in summer and fall of 2025, we also did some minor shoots. I made a little animation to fill some gaps in the storyboard, and then for many years it was still a bit of a question, how does the movie start? Because the first scene until then was just it started a bit without an introduction or anything. It was just starting, and we felt okay, there might need to be a few establishing shots before to get into that world. And we shot a few camera movements on some of the existing sets and tinkered around with them. And so I think we also have now a good introduction start to the movie. So yeah, there was a bit of progress, but in terms of minutes, it's negligible, I must say. And yeah, now I really want to get back into crafting, and the main thing which is left to do is that scrapyard, which is quite a big set. And now that it's the last one, I'm getting quite perfectionistic, and it will also be the last thing you see when you watch the movie. So I think this really needs to hit home. And yeah, I made one character, if you remember, that jellyfish. I can quickly show you, just a second. Let's walk over here, because some of these drawers are reserved for projects, and I think, no, that's my drawer for armature joints. Here. Yeah, if you remember that that jellyfish I showed in the drawer, I made that quite a while ago, but it's the first creature from the scrapyard, and I want to make more creatures of that kind. There will be mechanical robot creatures, but not machines built by humans. All the robots in the movie, except those, have a dedicated purpose, and the humans made them to fulfill that purpose. But the creatures on the scrapyard, they are deliberately useless. And it's really a big joy for me to invent mechanical creatures which are useless. And yeah, I want to make 3 more, and I have the ideas for them, but there will be quite elaborate crafts. And then there are also some broken robots, which are not as nice as the jellyfish and the other things I'm going to make, but they still have some mechanical elements and some life to them. So yeah, that will be the next step, basically. And I hope that I can make most of these creatures during that year, and maybe like during the end of this year they can really build the set. And the shooting itself is probably relatively quickly done in just a few months. I plan to collaborate with another animator for that again, and so an end is in sight. But yeah, post-production also remains a big topic. So yeah, please, fingers crossed that I really will find the time to do those craftings. And it's a bit of a dilemma for someone who is making a living by doing handcrafty commissions and armature making, because either I'm having some time for the movie, but then really quickly I'm getting stressed because I'm not earning enough money, and like the economic pressure then is really starting to slow me down and making me stressful. And if there are some good commissions, then I just have a lot of work. So it's either having time or having the money, but it's hardly to have both at the same time. So let's hope it will be a healthy compromise. I'm quite optimistic regarding that year, but also very uncertain. I feel like anything could happen. We'll see about that. So that was a lot of talking, mainly about An Unwound Clockwork. I have some other things I will talk about later, like what's going on with Animate, what's going on with my video production, what are the other projects and plans for next year's, and some thoughts on some current developments in the creative industry. But I feel it's about time to do some crafting again after all this talking. So now let's have a look at those little tips for the compasses. They will go on like this, if you can see that, kind of. Exactly, and those will be the tips which will remain straight as the compass extends, basically like this. And I have not yet prepared the parts, like they're not sanded or anything. Some of them are still in the laser cut sheet here. So I think let's pop them out. Usually for the smaller parts I'm using a toothpick. Ah yeah, it's working, because sometimes with the bigger metals, it's really hard. You need to push them quite a lot while trying not to bend them, but this works well. These laser cut parts are made by a German company, and it's quite good quality. And despite having PCBWay as a sponsor in my recent videos, I must admit I never had laser cutting done by them. I want to try it out quite soon, but I don't know yet if their quality holds up, because what I'm usually ordering from my German supplier is micro laser cutting, so it has some really tight tolerances for these tiny parts, also using the same technique for the fingers for my articulated hand armatures. I think those are all of them. And yeah, but I think the PCBWay people could probably do it, and they would be significantly cheaper, especially with the sponsorship, so I will try it out. So those are the parts, and they're 1.5 millimeter thick, so they basically form the top and bottom layer at the same time, so they basically need a little slit going on like that, basically being slitted from here to here, so these ends of the legs can be inserted like that. And then they need a hole down here for the tip and the lead, and a little screw hole, a little thread from the side, so they can so there will be a little screw to clamp on the needle, basically. So that's quite a few operations, and I'm not that sure yet which order of operations would be best. I suppose as soon as I did the slitting, it will be difficult to do the drilling, because I can't clamp it back there, so I suppose it would be best to first do the drilling. While being at it, also drill out those holes for the little bearings, and do the slitting as the last operation. So I'd say let's go over to the mill, taking the camera from up here. Alright, here we are. My volume might be a bit like on the low side while I'm at the mill. I hope you can still hear me. So I'm gonna need to put in the drill chuck, so that's a different tool. This one is just for milling. My mill has these SK30 tapered tools. And there's the tiniest drill chuck. It's a really high quality one from Albrecht, made in Germany, but it's really nice for drilling tiny holes below 2 millimeters diameter. So, how do we clamp those? I'm gonna need a 1 millimeter hole going in like that. Let's zoom in a bit. Going in like that for the lead, and a 0.8 millimeter going in from the side which we will tap with a 1mm M1 thread. And I think a tiny part like this, with this inconvenient shape, I'm just gonna clamp like this and adjust it just by eye. I think that's good enough for a miniature. Oopsie. Maybe we can get a bit closer. Okay, about there. So let's put in that tiny drill. I'm using carbide drills on occasions like this, not because the material would be any hard, but because they don't need spot drilling. They can just start the hole wherever they touch the material, which is quite convenient, but I need to be careful to not break them. Okay, that looks about right. And for the position, I'm also just eyeballing it. If this would be a mechanical component, of course, I would need to be more precise. But in that case, it should be enough to just eyeball it like this. Okay. And how deep should this go? I'm gonna zero out that position and move back, and that way I can check how deep I want to go. Okay. So about 5mm, that seems. I have a dial up there where I can read the depth. Always nervous before the first hole. But yeah, let's try. That went smoothly. So let's have a look at the close-up. where are we? Here we are. So that's the part. And there I drilled the hole. It's not perfectly on center. I hope I can readjust a bit on the second one, but it's not breaking through. It will work. And there I have another 1mm drill, which I can use as pin. And it fits in like this. And that's also how the... it's so difficult to hold in mid-air. And that's also how the needle will later fit in there, like this. Okay. Now yeah, that seems about right. And now I need another look at the construction to see from which side the little clamping screw will come in. Okay, seen it. So it will be on the inside curve basically. So let's clamp it like this and drill in from here. Oop, don't fall through. But maybe let's do the trying to put back the tiny drill. Yeah, but maybe let's drill the second leg first, so we don't have to switch out the drill all that often. And now I'm seeing that I also have two identical ones and I need a mirror one. So let me quickly change that. Yeah, that one. That one should fit exactly. That's a mirror image. Theoretically, you could just switch them over, but from laser cutting, might be able to see those holes here. The laser left are bigger on one side than on the other by quite a bit, because the laser also has a focus point, and so the edges the laser leaves are never perfectly straight. They're always slightly at a slight angle, and so everything is cut smaller on one side than on the other. So that's also something to keep in mind when working with laser cut parts. So yeah, let's put that in. Okay, looks about right. Find the center, this time hopefully better. But yeah, that looks good to me. Zero out the depth meter. Oh, I should focus again. Sorry, folks. Live streaming from the workshop is always more multitasking than I can handle. So sorry for that. And while being at it, I might just do a few more pieces. I wanted to do 3, because 3 people will get one of these miniatures, and it just makes sense to make more than one at a time. let me gather some more like this. New chat messages. Andras is leaving, yeah, that's not a problem. And Sigma Hunter 123, hello Harry, nice to see you, it's nice that you're joining in. Alright, having 4 parts, let's also drill those and then do the cross holes for the clamping screws. If I would make a bigger series, like with the robot kits, where I made many parts sometimes, I would make a custom jig, where these parts fit in perfectly, so I don't need to align each and every one manually. But for 6 or 10 pieces, that's not worth it, so I do those more or less manually. Sometimes fingers are just the better pliers. And the last one. Okay, here we are. What are those pieces for? Harry asks. Those will be for a miniature compass I'm going to make today. It's very similar to the big one I made in my last video, but just very tiny. And those will be the tips, which will hold the needle and the lead. And Dirk Private 5106 asks, how much time can you put into the project per week? Do you have a normal job too? Yeah, I talked about that earlier in the stream. Maybe you want to go back later, but it varies a lot because my main job is basically making armatures, which are commissions, and sometimes there are a lot commissions all at once. Then I have basically no time, and sometimes there's just no work, and then I have more time for the movie project. So it's hard to say, but yeah, I also need to somehow make money with my craft, so it's always a trade-off between doing work which I can sell and doing work for the movie, which does not really bring in money at the moment. So I think on average maybe we're putting in 1 day a week or something. 1 day meaning, I don't know, an afternoon, 6 hours, something like that. But it really depends. Last year I really didn't have much time at all, and right now it seems like I will have a bit more time this year. I also hope so. Okay, let's do those cross holes with a 0.8 millimeter hole for an M1 thread. Yeah, this tiny chuck is just perfect to clamp those tiny drills. Big chucks often have trouble with drills smaller than a millimeter or something. So about right that. And the vertical position on the tip is not that critical, so I'm also just eyeballing that. But the more on the low end I can put it, the better it will hold the tip, so I'm going as low as possible, maybe like that. And I made the hole going through the entire piece because it will be much easier to tap as a through hole rather than a blind hole. So now let's also do this 6 times in a row. with tiny drills like that, it's really important to go in steps, like retracting regularly to clear the chips, and don't apply any pressure, like just feed it in very slowly. Ideally the rotation speed would be much higher, but 3000 RPM is about the limit of my mill. Yeah, that part of my mill is really smooth, so I must admit I sometimes break it just with my fingers here, so it slows down a bit quicker, but only if the tool I inserted is not that dangerous. Okay, so here are those pieces. Let's put them on my hand for transport. Okay, now we need to tap those holes and also do a bit of deburring. Just a second. Where's my deburring tool? Yeah, on these really tiny parts, I'm just doing the deburring by holding a 90-degree mill in my fingers and just doing it like that. That's totally sufficient. Maybe I can show a close-up of that. Let's see if that works. Where are we? Here we are. That's the tiny part. And the tool I'm using for deburring, it's basically a 90-degree, how's that called? It's what you use to start a hole, but somehow it really works well as a 90-degree deburring tool, even though it's not intended for that purpose. And here we have the tiny tool I just drilled, and then I'm just making it like. And then there's the tiniest of chamfer on the edge, and that goes really well. The video about the big compasses I made, I know it features a shot where I'm doing exact this deburring, where you can also see the tiny chamfer really nicely. I was very satisfied when seeing that. Well, let me quickly do all of those. And while doing that, maybe addressing Dirk's question again, do you have a normal job? Not really, but I might need one someday, because of course the armature construction business is a tiny one, and there are not that many stop motion productions who have sufficient funding to get proper armatures, custom armatures made by me. And the entire industry is, well, not that stable, a bit in a permanent crisis, you could say. And there are a few big productions, of course, the stuff Artman is doing and Leica, but they never outsource anything to a freelancer like me. Like if you want to work for them, you have to go there and do that full time and live there. And after building up my workshop here over many years, I'm not that eager to give it up again just for a movie production or something. So I'm mostly doing commissions for private individuals who want to have an armature or smaller short film productions. But of course I would love to contribute some of my mechanisms to a bigger production someday. Let me quickly get the tab. No, I forgot, it's not there. I'm still not used to my new systems, and I am not fully sorted these drawers, but I'm still having my regular M1 tab in the drawer next to me. It will switch place to that drawer behind me sometime. And I need a tiny bit of cutting oil, that's here. Let's see if I can show that. Having my vise here and trying to clamp that piece where I want to cut that thread, like this. And yeah, applying a tiny bit of oil on the tip of the tab. And what I'm using here is like a holder for reamers, for hand reamers, and it's this nice pencil-shaped tool, and for tiny tabs it's much easier to do it like this than with one of the wrench kinds. So there's no overhang which bends the tiny tab or anything, so I can feed it very nicely, applying a bit of pressure and feeling the cutting forces very well with my fingertips. Something like M1 is quite fragile, I must admit, and I've broken quite a few M1 tabs in my life, so let's hope I'll manage without going through another one. That would also ruin the part, sadly, so fingers crossed very much. Where are my tiny brushes? Over there. Yeah, that's a relatively deep hole actually for an M1, so had to take it in 2 steps. I'm really feeling it in my fingertips then when the tab is kind of full of how do you say, chips, and then I need to retract and clean it. Yeah, and now we should have a tiny thread in that hole that should take an M1 screw. Maybe we can test it right away. I have some tiny M1 screws with an hexagonal head, and without the slit this looks really like an adjustment knob you would turn with your fingers if it wouldn't be so tiny. So just aesthetically I think that fits very well for an adjustment screw like this. Oh, let's put it in, if I can show that. Ew, it's so tiny. Yeah, here it goes. And we can also see in the reflection that the brass actually buckled a tiny bit in this region here. And we will later sand it flat, that's not an issue, but it's quite flexible, and the tab in a soft material sometimes squeezes the material more than it cuts, so that happens if the wall around the hole is quite thin. But yeah, that screw goes in nicely like this, and it will hold the tip in that hole and clamp on it. Nice! So let's do some more tapping. And maybe while doing that, because it's such a silent operation, I can also talk about more things if I manage the multitasking. Let's see, let me do another one just to get a feel for it. Whoopsie, need to switch back to the webcam. Here we are. Maybe I can also move that camera so you can see me tapping a bit nicer than with the webcam. Yeah, let's try it like this. Does that work? Kind of. I think so. I hope so. Yeah, I feel the Wintergarten music I'm playing is just perfect for tiny, wholesome crafting. Feels very magical. And that reminds me that I think 3 years ago I was at that Wintergarten meetup in Rüdesheim where I met Martin, and that was also where I met Andras for the first time, because he's in the team of volunteers for that project as well. And he discovered my project because I held a little talk there. And then he was one of the Robot Kit subscribers in 2024. And we chatted a bit, and when I got started on that Animate project, that miniature light controller, he was looking for a job, and he's also a software developer, and I needed someone to do like the front end stuff, the UI, the editor you will use to configure all the lights and put together these sequences. And I'm mostly a low-level C++ embedded systems developer. I'm not that good with front end stuff, so that was a perfect collaboration. And we ended up founding Animate, the company, last year, and we're still collaborating on that. So if you're interested in that Lightboard project, if you remember from that video about a year ago, that feels a bit crooked here. Very careful with the cutting. Yeah, but it worked out. You also might wonder what's going on with that project, because it's been a while since an update, and you heard that I had that fund to start the company and everything. But with everything going on and the bureaucracy needed to start the company and setting up a website and everything, we didn't manage to make a real fully fleshed out product. And it's also the case that making a prototype and making a product are two very different things. I knew that from the start, but the difference is even greater than I imagined. So the prototype was basically a modified Arduino, and everything was running on that board. There was no real UI, and it was very, very cheap and easy. But now that we thought about how to turn this into a product, it needs to be comfortable, and very easy to use, while also being very secure. And that puts on a whole lot of challenges I didn't have to face before. So basically the new version needs all these security things both electrically as well as in the software, and it needs to be very comfortable. And putting together the editor, we basically did a lot of software engineering, like thinking about how things will work and how things will look and what the capabilities of it will be, and made a little prototype, like a demo piece we showed at the Maker Faire last summer. But there's just so much more to go, and now the funding has ended. It was also not that much money. It was just to support my basic needs, basically. It was €1,000 a month for 1 year. That's not the amount of budget you would need to develop an electronic product. So we will basically continue tinkering on that on the side, but we both want to continue it, and we're not that far away from a new prototype again. Just before Christmas, when I needed some change from my usual work, I did this new prototype board, and that will basically be a shield which goes on one of the new processor boards. Of course, we're also not using an Arduino anymore, but a proper 32-bit STM processor, which is much more capable and also needed for all the functionality we wanted to add. And then there are some things like USB-C power delivery and these addressable LEDs, which are both very important to support, just to be versatile. And yeah, that just added a whole lot of complexity. So we will continue tinkering. There will be these new boards quite soon, but it will take a while before it's a fleshed out product. But we'll continue on that as well, but without too much time pressure behind it. If you're interested on that, you can also subscribe to the dedicated newsletter about that. It's not, I don't write that often, but if you want to get notified when we have a new prototype we want to give to testers or anything, that's the thing to subscribe to. Yeah, and my hope is, like, long term, let's say we have a working thing we can sell in about 2 years. My hope is that long term this can be a bit of a base income for me, which does not depend on my manual work, but is something which would scale a bit better and is more like about the inventing, the developing, the programming, and not so much about the manufacturing, which in that case we would outsource to an electronics company, of course. So also fingers crossed with that, but just a little update on that note. Now, the tips are all threaded, and if we go to the close-up camera again, they now, where are we? They look like this. And as I said, from the laser cutting, there are these holes, which will also get a 1mm screw, but that hole is like 1mm thick on the entry side of the laser, but on the back side where the laser exited, the hole is much smaller, and we will also put an M1 thread inside here. But before I need to open up those holes to the proper diameter, I'm just doing this with the drill and holding the piece manually so it can find its position. But it's important that I use a 1mm drill only for half the thickness of the piece, so the screw can go in easily. Then there will be the slit, which will house the legs of the compasses, and only on the last bit of material there will be the thread. So I need to come in with 2 different sized drills. I think first I will go in with the 0.8mm drill through the entire hole, and then I will come in with a 1mm and just doing half of the thickness. So let's do that. And there are new people in the chat. Hello William, and hello Daniel Labra 1300. Hello, nice to see you. It's great that you're joining in. So let's switch back to looking at the mill again. Here we are. .8mm drill is already in the chuck. And for something like this, where I need to go through the entire hole, I usually position my my vise in such a way that the drill fits neatly between the jaws like this, and then I can just hold the piece with a finger like this and go through. Sorry, I can't zoom in anymore because my macro lens is on the other camera, but I hope you'll see it good enough. I forgot to bring the other 5 parts. Here we are. By the way, be very careful when you use the brush around these tiny drills. I've broken already some just by brushing and the thing getting stuck on the hairs. And those carbide drills are quite expensive. I mean, they're totally worth it, but you don't want to break them if it's not necessary. Now switching back to the 1mm drill. Here I want to show you how I set the depth, because I really don't want to overshoot with the 1mm drill, otherwise I would end up having basically no material more left for the thread. So my mill, when I use it as a drill, has on the side a little mechanism which I can use to set the depth. Basically clamp it slightly, and then I go down to the part until I hit its surface, so that's basically my 0, and that sets the height, which I then clamp down. So now it only goes down until it hits the part's surface, and I know this is 1.5mm thick, so I want to go down half of that, that's 0.75mm, and that I can easily set by this, let's go over here, which I can easily set with that gauge. Oh, cable is a bit too short. You can imagine. There's my gauge. I zeroed it out. And then I lower the entire head for the desired depth. And that way I can set the drilling depth quite precisely. And now if I use that lever on the side to lower the quill, it goes exactly to half the thickness of that part. So now I need to be a bit careful from which side I'm going to drill, so I quickly sort all my parts so they're the correct side up. Yep, like these 3 left ones, 3 right ones. Now let's do that. Yeah, that can happen if I don't hold the part that well. Luckily the drill didn't break, sometimes that happens. So let's come in again. Yeah, that's of course not the proper way of doing it, just holding them with your fingertips. That's dangerous, don't do it. But these parts don't have any sharp edges and they're very tiny and the drill is very tiny, so before it cuts me it usually breaks the drill or anything. So on tiny holes I'm doing it like that, and especially in brass the forces involved are negligible. But if this would be a slightly bigger parts in steel with a bigger drill, then you should really clamp it in the vise and make sure you don't have your fingers on it. Sorry, bless me, haha. Alright, let's have a look in the close-up how this looks now. Here we have the part. Let's go really close on that so we can really see the step. There. Not sure if it shows up on camera that well, but in these holes here you should see that there's a little step inside them. So they're 1 millimeter thick, like 1 millimeter for half the thickness, and then on the back side they're just 0.8 millimeters where I will put in the little thread, and from the front side the screw just fits in smoothly. So yeah, that's the state. I think I'm gonna do the tapping right now and then the slitting afterwards. It's always like it's a bit of a trade-off. If I do the tapping first and then the slitting, the slit is really clean and the parts will fit in nicely, but the tap is a bit mangled at the start. But if I do the slitting first and then the tapping will create some burrs reaching into the slit, and then the parts are not as easy to get inside. So I think on this occasion tapping first is a bit easier. Maybe we can switch back with that camera to face my vise, like that. And let's get all those parts. So, some more tiny tapping it is. Maybe a bit higher so we can really see the tool. Worked before as well. Like that. Hello. Someone new joined. Dances with Artfarks. Lovely username. Good afternoon to you as well. And here I'm using the same trick on that vise, like I'm opening it slightly so my tap fits through, and then I can place the part on the slit, basically on the gap of the vise, and carefully tap right through. Oh, and that feels a bit tight on the tap. That makes me nervous again. Why is that so? Maybe let's clamp it so I can really concentrate on the tapping itself. I'm not having to hold it. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but those holes are surprisingly tight. Let's see. No, worked well. Maybe I went in crooked with the first one. So let's forget what I said. I'm not going to tap it like this and holding it with my finger. That I only do in very thin parts, which are very easy to tap. On that I'm clamping it and then concentrating on the tapping with both hands. Another compass, asks Dances with Artfarks. Yep, it's another compass. A tiny one, a miniature version of the big ones I made in my last video. And this will be a reward for some of my Patreon supporters. Like, during the last years I always had a very high tier level reward where people would get an original handcrafted miniature every month, and this was very enjoyable, but over time like it used up a lot of time every month just to craft those miniatures, and like it just didn't work out financially to offer this reward, so I cancelled it. But the people on that reward, I still owe them one miniature, so that's what I'm making here. And also I still have a reward up on my Patreon where people get one miniature once a year, which works a bit better from my side because I don't have to invent something new every month and make it, but once a year is much more doable. I can make all of them at once and then ship them out when the reward for each person is due. And yeah, in total I will make 10 of these tiny miniature compasses, and that's exactly the number I will need through this entire year. There's another question by Vampy Sweden. Did you show the pipette sitting in the vise in the background? The pipette sitting in the vise. Not sure what you mean. Ah, the puppet. Sorry, spelling mistake, but we mean probably the puppet. That one. That's the boss character from the movie, and just at the end of January, like a week ago, we shot one animation there, and it's just a close-up of his face in front of a green screen. So it did not really require a set or anything. It's just the puppet in the vise, and that way it was quite easy to set up and animate. And this is one of the holes in the storyboard which we need to stitch. Basically, in that scene there are a few extremely old shots of that character which just look very ugly. Like, I need to compromise some of the older shots, of course I'll leave in, and it's also nice to see that technical development throughout the movie, I hope. But if things are really ugly and you barely recognize that it's supposed to be the same character, then yeah, I'm at least reshooting the close-ups. So that will be one of 3 close-ups from that scene we're redoing. I think I'm going to do the other close-up animation of him sometime in the next 2 weeks. And then there's one more, which is not the puppet himself, but just a close-up of his hand doing something. And that's like the tiny steps, the tiny bits of progress I can make on the side, basically, while we are all eagerly waiting for finally being ready to start shooting the big scrapyard environment. After I'm done with those threads, I can also pick him up and show him a bit closer if you want. But maybe not, I have dirty fingers. I should not touch the puppet with dirty fingers. But what I can do is pick up my phone and get closer to him. So let's try that. Here we are. And it was a shot about like this. And it's actually one of the only scenes where he has his bowler hat on, because for the most time he's in his like in his office where he doesn't wear the hat, but in this scene he will actually be outside, and he has a little pin in his head which goes in a tiny hole in the bowler, which prevents it from falling off. But now I don't find the hole and I don't want to touch it that much with my dirty fingers, so for the rest of the stream he will remain pin-headed. Alright. Yeah, and we tried out some special replacement faces. You see them here. They look quite similarly, they all have a neutral expression, but you can see that the chin is getting squeezed. And basically in this scene he nods and we wanted the chin to like squeeze in a funny way when he does the nodding. So yeah, we tried that, and I'm not that sure. Like, it looks a bit funny, to be honest. But then again, I like it to be a bit visually funny, so we'll probably leave it at that. But if it looks too weird, if the other team members decide it looks too weird, then I also have an alternative with the normal face. But like, for me, it seems quite funny that he does while his chin is like doing this glulk movement. Yeah, will also depend on the sound design. But yeah, that's what we tried out there, basically. Now, I think it's about time to do the slitting on those tips. So that might be a bit challenging. Let's go back to the mill. I just saw there's another question regarding the character. So before we do the milling again, BB Sheps asks, "Hi Valentin, do you sew the clothes for your human characters?" No, I did not, because I'm very bad at textile work, I must admit. And throughout the years there have been 3 or even 4 different people doing the clothing. And that last one, like the suit of that boss character, was done by Liane, a good friend of mine, who is a professional seamstress. And I think she did a great job doing the tiny sewing. We messed a bit up on the sleeves, but that was totally on me, because I thought we need some support inside of the cloth so it does not wrinkle, haha. So we glued on some black wrap, that's a thick aluminum foil, inside of the cloth, and so that makes it very rigid. But it was a bad idea on the arms. It worked well for most of the jacket, but not on the sleeves, because we needed to put it on the puppet, and while putting it on, it already crinkled. And of course, if it's crinkled, then the aluminum foil makes sure that it stays crinkled, and we cannot get it flat again. So that character has quite crinkly sleeves. But other than that, I'm very happy with these clothes. And there will also be another smaller version of the main human character, the thin one, like in the same scale as the robots, which will also get a new set of clothes sometime this year, I hope. So with some luck, I can collaborate with Liane again. We'll see about that. Yeah, and I'm mostly focusing on mechanical work with rigid materials, metal of course, and sometimes wood, but I'm not that good with sculpting and soft materials, so I'm happy to leave that to my friends. Now let's slit those tips of the compasses. Eight millimeter collet. And for slitting, I have this saw blade tool. We just need to fit in a thinner blade, but first let's mount it in that collet. So that's a 1mm blade. I usually use it for cutting off stuff. Where is it? This one? Nope. I have these blades in all sorts of sizes, also quite an investment, but really needed for the kind of work I'm doing quite often. So this is a 0.5mm blade. It's so reflective, really hard to put on camera. But yeah, 0.5mm thick blade, which is the same thickness as the other parts of this miniature compass. Ideally, I would have a more rigid arbor which directly connects to the mill for these blades, but this solution with this tiny arbor inside a collet chuck worked well enough for many years. Now I kind of need to clamp these things in a way that the blade can go in the side, but I cannot clamp them in this I cannot clamp them in this section where I want to cut the slit. Otherwise, I would clamp on the saw and the entire thing would jam. So I don't have that much material on the part to hold it. Let's hope it will work for these kind of operations. For these kind of operations, I made myself this solid block of steel with these things where I can clamp on little parts flat, and it has some grooves in various thickness where the parts can fit in so they don't rotate easily. So that's what we'll be using for this operation. That goes inside the vise. Let's see if we can reposition the camera so you can see that. Like this maybe. Yeah, that way I can clamp on it and it floats in air where the saw blade is going to cut. And I'm using another of those pieces on the back side as a spacer basically. Or maybe even two of them. No, one seems to be enough. Okay. First one is always the hardest. Now setting the perfect height, that's again something I'm doing by eyesight in this case because it's not super critical. But sometimes it's a bit difficult to see when I'm putting a white paper behind it. So when I look edge on, it's easier to see. Maybe I can show you quickly what I'm seeing. I do it like this. Yeah, I'm lowering my eye basically to the same height as the part. That way it's difficult to see, but with the paper it's very clear to judge the height of the saw blade. Oh, that's my setup here right now. The close-up camera, the upside down, here I can put on the camera which looks down there, microphone and webcam, and there's the camera looking at the mill right now. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Rotation speed is of course much slower with these saw blades. Let's focus. And then very carefully try a first cut. Where did I put? Ah, there it is. Sprung open a bit, but I think that won't be an issue because we're going to clamp it down anyway. So let's see how that works. And I see there's a new question in the chat. Dances with Art Farks asks, do you use a jeweler's loop? Sometimes I have one, but to be honest, quite often I can't get into the positions I would need with the loop. Like on that mill, for example, I just can't get close enough from the right direction in the vise and everything. So on that occasion, no. I sometimes use it to inspect a single part, but with these tools you need to get really close to your eye, so it's basically, it only works well if you can lift up the part to your eye, and it works not that well if you have to get your head to the part. What I would really love is like a workshop microscope. Like there are these tables where you can basically put your work, and you can either watch on a screen or through an eyepiece watch a little surface really close. But yeah, expensive tooling. I don't need it. I'm not like, the precision in my workshop is still an order of magnitude less than what a watchmaker would need. So usually I can do without. It's still relatively rough work I'm doing in comparison. So maybe we can have another close-up look over here at that piece. That's how it's looking right now, with the slit, like that. And that thing sprung open a bit. That's quite normal when you do a deep slit like this. Sometimes it can be super annoying, but in this case I think we're fine because the screw is going to clamp it together anyway. So what I would try now is actually put that piece onto our compasses, just to test them if it fits. Quickly need to put a 1mm drill in the tool I used for tapping, because now the holes in the part are like this. The slitting produced a burr, which makes the hole it's not easy to fit the 1mm screw in with that burr, and just by going in with the 1mm drill, just manually, I can get rid of that burr. Just a second. Oop. Okay, here we have it. Just like this. And that way I can make sure the holes don't have a burr preventing the screw from fitting. While being at it, I can also go into that needle hole at the bottom again, because that also has a tiny burr inside from cutting the thread in the cross direction. Okay, now it should fit, and that goes onto this side of the compasses. Maybe let's put that side in first. Did I cut the slit deep enough? I hope so. Like this. Where is my screwdriver? Okay, that seems to work nicely. And now the other side. Okay, let's see. I think that's lovely. Works really well. So yeah, I think we can do the other parts in a similar way. This will work. Nice. Yeah, I'm quickly going to disassemble that again, because that part is not nice and shiny yet. I just wanted to confirm it's working as intended. When I did these other miniature live streams, I think already 3 years ago, I also crafted miniatures, which I later gave to my Patreon supporters. But these miniature compasses, I did not make a prototype before. Usually I always made like 8 of them and then only the last 2 in the live stream. But in this case, I have not made a single miniature compass yet. So I'm more nervous than usual, but I'm glad it seems to work out. So yeah, I do the slitting on the remaining 5 pieces. Need to move it back so my fingers fit in. yeah, that should not happen. But yeah, I'm not clamping on a lot of material here. Ah. Ah no, that part is messed up. Now it's bent down there. Okay. Let's leave it at these 2 pairs then. Running out of time anyway, we have 2 pairs to work with. Another question, will this be about the same size as a 2-inch spring compass? I'm not actually sure what its size will be. Let's have a look. If I open it up fully, so the 2 arms are basically parallel. Let's get some calipers. But yeah, the miniature compass is more like a toy. I don't suppose it will be used really. So from tip to tip, this will be just above 50 millimeters, which is about 2 inches, yeah, I suppose. Clean chips of the mill or of the parts. The part which just got messed up, like it wasn't clamped properly, and then it got bent on the tip region. So there's not much point in trying to save that, but that's okay. I can remake that part later. Yeah, I suppose sometimes it makes sense to clean the chips, but when I do a little series like this, I usually just do one part after the other and then clean it after I did all the parts. The region of that block right inside there where I do the clamping, there usually aren't that many chips. They all fly there. Yeah, but you're totally right. I could do it a bit cleaner. Maybe I'm stressed about not being quick enough or anything. Either way, the parts are now like mechanically ready. They're just not that nice right now because they have burrs and unpolished surfaces. So now will be a bit of cleanup. Not too much, just hitting the surfaces with sandpaper and maybe going over the edges with how's that called? These polishing wheels, abrasive polishing wheels, which clean up all the burrs. Let me quickly get back the overhead camera so we can see what I'm going to do next. Just a second. Ooh, cable management is also a bit difficult with 4 cameras simultaneously. Like that seems about right. There's our little compasses. And the parts for the tips and the test screws we used. So now I'm going to get some sandpaper on a glass plate like this. Already so messy. this, that should work. So that's the rougher one. And I'm just putting down the pieces like this and sanding their surface. This also gets rid of the burrs from cutting the threads. Yeah, and leaves a nice shiny surface. Yeah, that's basically the rough step with a relatively coarse sandpaper. Sometimes the parts are a bit bent. I need to remove a bit of material until the surface is even. Okay, 2 and 2 more. Yeah, like that. So that's the coarse stage, and then I have a finer one, which really is like a polishing finish. Just a few strokes on that, and then the surface is really smooth and shiny. And from the looks of it, I don't think that I need anything else. Like on the big compasses, I also bothered to polish all the edges, but on the miniature, this honestly seems a bit overkill. Like it's more like a toy, and polishing all those tiny corners, it would be a bit of a pain. So yeah, I'm going to compromise on that. But the surfaces are quite nice that way. All right. So let's put them into this sieve for cleaning. My fingers look like this right now, so before touching anything else, I quickly go to the bathroom and wash them. Be right back. Okay, here I am, and I will now throw these parts quickly in the ultrasonic cleaner. That's quite an ugly noise, but it's a bit further away from the microphone, so I hope it will work. And that's just super useful to get rid of all the tiny dust particles and chips which are inside those threads and slits and everything. So sorry for the sound, will be over in a second. I suppose that's enough. Let's turn on the volume again. I turned down the volume a bit while that was running. I hope that was okay. So now we can take the parts. Usually I would rinse them. Oh. Yeah, usually I would rinse them because the water in the cleaner is also not the cleanest. But in the live stream, don't want to walk through my entire flat, so I think that's good enough. If I dry them, I also dry off all the dirty water. Yeah, and I'm using toilet paper as shop towels. Like I have an actual toilet roll holder back there. And yeah, for miniature parts, miniature shop towels work quite nice. It's actually quite nice with the smartphone as camera. I'm a bit more flexible, but then again, I have to work single-handedly, which does not work for most steps, but it's at least nice to have that option. Oh, and by the way, I modified my Dragonframe keypad, which I usually use for stop-motion animation, now as a little Stream Deck, so I can switch to webcam. Dances with Artfarks writes, thanks for showing us your work in a live stream. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a pleasure. Maybe feels a bit awkward to talk in the silence all by myself, but it's nice having someone watch what I'm doing. Yeah, these look quite nice. if things are super dirty, for example, when I did some silver soldering and the parts are covered with the residue of the flux, the ultrasonic cleaner can also be heated, and in hot water it's much more aggressively cleaning things. But now maybe we can assemble that compass, or is it compasses, even if it's a single one? I also wasn't sure when I did the main video if it's a compass or the compasses, but either way, one of the things. So let's get that on. Maybe I'm doing it on the close-up camera again. That's probably a bit nicer. Yeah, now you can watch me fiddle with the parts. That's the part I'm always cutting from my videos because it's so unsatisfying until I get the perfect shot, but now you have to witness it in real time. But that went smoother than I thought. And the outer leg. Come on, get inside. Wow. From the slitting process, the thread on the other side can be slightly mangled. So getting in the screw for the first time sometimes requires a bit of pressure to get it in. And other side. Yeah, just like that. Come on. Now it's in. And it's in. Alright, now very slightly tighten all of them. And here we are. Oh, that feels so satisfying. Let's make sure that's in focus. Just like the big ones. A toy version. Ah. Sandwich Manu says, good evening. Are we crafting hard or hardly crafting? Both. Like, it is difficult and a bit exhausting to work with these flimsy parts, but also not that efficient. I don't feel like being particularly fast today. Okay, so let's fit in a piece of lead and prepare a needle tip. Oh, that's an exciting part. Let me think, how do I even do the tip? I think we're going to use a 1mm steel rod, harden it, and grind it to a needle tip. So let's see if I have some suitable stock material. That's silver steel, and that looks like 1mm if you ask me. Let's see. Yeah, that's a 1mm rod. I think it's the thinnest I have. I mean, it's more like a wire than a rod, but sometimes I need something like this. I think in its unhardened state I can just cut it with these kind of shears, I suppose. Yep, that seems to work. So I just cut off a bit and I'm gonna file it a bit so it's deburred, because later I need to fit it in the lathe in a collet chuck, and I don't want to deburr it when it's hardened. Okay, hardening. How do I film this? Maybe over here. I need a cup with a tiny bit of water. So, be right back. I mean, probably hardening is a bit overkill for a miniature toy thing, but I sometimes really like it, and if you grind it in its hardened states, then the sparks are just flying much more beautifully. So I think I don't need that much more. A tiny piece like this I think I can just do with the cheap torch. So let's make a camera ready to watch that process. And let's try to not torch the camera in the process. So I will probably stand behind the camera so I really know what I'm doing there. Let's see how that goes. that should be it. Let's try with a file if it feels any harder. Oh yeah, the file is just slipping now. Okay, now all we need to do is to grind it to a nice tip. And you know what, as it's just the one piece, I think I'm just doing it with the cordless drill rather than the lathe. Makes it a bit easier right now. Like that. And I need my grinding disc. That thing, just a tiny disc for this Proxxon micro drill, mini drill. I think they are called mini drill. And yeah, what I'm basically doing is no power. No, what I'm basically doing is running that while putting on the tip and rotating it with the drill. But I should definitely wear some eye protection for this step. So here we are. Do you see well enough? Or let's also do it on the Sony camera. Like that. But I need to get my foot pedal in reach. Like this. Check. I think my main microphone died a bit, and I wanted to apologize for the sound. Sorry for not remembering to lower the volume before doing the grinding, but somehow I don't get a signal from my main microphone anymore. Do you hear me again? But probably in a worse audio quality. Check. Okay, that should be my main microphone again. I hope that it's working. Let me know if you don't hear me or anything. And yeah, wow, that tip I just ground is sharp. Just poked myself. Yeah, I think like if we have a look, the close up, the tip is where do we have it here? The tip is really sharp, but maybe that's a bit too much. And also I need to use some fine sandpaper on it as well to have a nicer surface finish. So I'm quickly doing that, and this time I'm lowering the volume first. So that should be fine, hopefully. Damn it.
Yet I'm lying
Snapped
between
my...
four walls.
No, whatever.
Formidable
Just a second.
walls.
I'll explain in a second.
They're staring, judging, just barely holding back their smile.
Come on. Maybe I should have done it on the lathe. Check. Okay, now sound on again. Tips are polished and look good enough, I suppose. So that fits. Now we need to shorten it. And I'm also probably just doing this with the grinding wheel. But I just had a very stupid fail when I did the grinding. I still had my foot on the pedal, and I had a bit of a mismanagement between my feet and hand, and I hit the pedal while I wanted to start that drill, and the thing started to rotate and flew off the table, and now my grinding disc is broken, sadly, but I'm not sure. Can you still use it while wearing eye protection? No, that does not sound healthy at all. Damn it. I still have one of these small ones that's probably good enough for a cut-off operation. The hole I drilled into the compas's tips is 5mm deep. So let's see how much stick out we want. About 3mm, so let's cut it off about at 8. Ah, you're not seeing anything. Yeah, I clamped the tip in my vise, just putting that to 8mm. Let's put on a mark about there. I hope it's okay that I just do it quickly without too much attention to the camera, as it's just one operation. Just a second. Whoop. And deburring it. Okay. So, another close up of the tip. We can get it in focus. Here, whoop. Here we have it. Yep. That's the tip. Now, let's make some space. Check, check. Yeah, sound is still working. And here we go. Need to put in that needle all the way. Or is it already all the way in? No, it's getting stuck. So let's come in with the drill again. Yeah, that part is not deburred on the inside. Now we should be able to insert it fully. Like that. Yeah, that looks how I wanted it to look. Then let's shorten the adjustment screw. Forgot to switch camera. But either way, I just used my micro drill to shorten the screw. And I have a special kind of like watchmaker's tool, these things. It's like a tiny cup-shaped mill, which I can use to deburr the tips. Where is it in focus? Here, which I can use to deburr the tips of little rods like a screw. It's so hard to show because everything is so tiny. But there we have our screw. And I can put the tool on the screw and just rotate it a few times like this. And it's nicely, it's got a nice round tip now. It's basically deburred all the way round, which is quite convenient as deburring tiny rods can be quite annoying. And this one comes in from the side and is supposed to hold in the tip, but it's super fiddly, and as this screw doesn't have a slitted head, there's no good tool to turn it. Like theoretically you would need a tiny wrench, but I actually have a tiny wrench, but the screw head is is not formed well enough for it to work properly. Like it just slips. It's not a good hexagonal head. It's more like a mess. And yeah, I think I need to do it off camera so I can get my head a bit closer to it. Just a second. That's how I look when I assemble tiny stuff off camera. Yep. Now it's getting inside. Let's hold the screw with pliers. Using pliers to turn screws is super annoying. But it's the only way I know for these kind of situations. Like, I would need a tool with a tiny claw which can grab round things, like a tiny collet which perfectly fits the screw head, but it's easy to release and tighten. Like, I have these things I used for tapping and also for holding tiny reamers and stuff, but it's not working well for, like, attaching it to a screw head is too fiddly. Like, I can't get it on and off quickly enough. Alright, so here we have the compass with the tip, and it's clamped nicely and it's super pointy. And now we just need the pencil lead. So I have prepared, I should definitely get back the overhead camera, just a second. So here we are. Okay, I think if I end up doing live streams of crafting stuff more often, I would like to have someone with me in the workshop who manages all the cameras, because that's a level of multitasking I'm really hardly able to do. Like talking, crafting and handling the cameras, that's one thing too much. What I wanted to say is, like, I have this 1mm LEDs from these usual construction pencils, how they're called. You know, they were the clicky ones. And just breaking off a bit of that tip, inserting it the same way. That hole also needs deburring. Yeah, I can feel that when putting in the drill. There are some burrs. Now it feels smooth, and the lead should be able to go in. Yep, very well. Then we need another of the annoying screws. I've clamped it here, probably hardly able to see it in the webcam, but I don't want to rearrange everything again. So shortening it. There's the foot pedal there. That was quick. And using the tiny deburr tool. In German that's called a Finierfräse, but I have no idea what this is in English. But it's really handy if you shorten a screw and need to deburr the tips, like if it's a tiny one like this one. It works like a charm. Okay, let's fiddle that in. And my idea is to shorten the lead after it's clamped, so I can get it to the precise length of the needle tip. But maybe... was able to get it in, nice. But I'm a bit afraid that it might break off and then be too short, but yeah, we'll see if it requires multiple tries. Maybe I can show it here. That's the situation, and that's how I'm trying to screw that thread. But it's really no pleasure to do it like this. Luckily it's just 2 on this compass. No? Still need to go further. I don't have a good feel for when the screw clamps with that system. And these are no good pliers. You can see the tips are a bit roasted. That's because I used it for soldering. Now it starts to clamp just a smidge more. I need to do it off screen again. Yeah. And also retighten the main screws again. They got a bit loose from all the fiddling. Ooh, nice. Okay, so let's cut off the lead like this, and then maybe use a small file to get an angle on it. Sometimes I put it on sandpaper, but I think in this case it feels more safe to do it like this. Oh, it's so difficult to show these things. I think my work is not that suitable for live streaming, to be honest. Just because it's so tiny, it's even hard to film often, and filming it in real time. Nah, that's just asking too much, sorry. But I try my best. Okay, a smidge more. Nice, okay. So, that's how it looks. And it opens nicely like this. It has a bit of slop, like it's more like a toy. But I had a similar issue on the big ones, just much less exaggerated. Like this, that's too sloppy, definitely. But on the tiny parts, the tolerances are just even tighter. Yeah, as I said in the video about the big ones, the idea would really benefit from a cross connection between the two arms. But as a concept, it's really nice. And for playing around, and I think we all want to see making a circle. So let's focus on the paper like this and try painting a circle. Can you even see that? Ah, probably too bright. There, barely visible. It's also a very soft line. Let's try a bigger one. Poke it in. Honestly, for what it is, it works surprisingly nice. Yeah, so that's the main parts of the compasses, and they do work for drawing circles and stuff. Trying to wipe off all my finger grease so they're more evenly shiny, like this. But they still need a handle, and it's already 6 p.m. so I'm not sure I'm going to do that right now, but maybe we are. Like, by doing all the crafting, I think I forgot to talk about the things I wanted to talk about. Like in the beginning of the stream, we already talked about the state of the movie project and where I am right now and what we're hoping for next this year. But also that the entire situation is very uncertain and that I have the economic pressure to always prioritize paid commission work if there is any. Yeah, as all this handcrafty stuff now is basically my main job at the moment, and also making armatures. Yeah, I have to think about the entire project a bit more as a business, and I really want to finish the movie. Like, I received some messages of a few disappointed people who basically doubt that I will ever finish, and I can understand that after all these years. But throughout the 12 years of working on that project, there were multiple occasions where I had to pause the project for many months or a year at the time, because there were just other things happening in life. So I'm confident that we will make some progress again, and also know I will not give up that project. I will definitely finish it, and having no producer and no money at least has the good thing of not having someone in your back, which reinforces deadlines and stuff, because I don't want to compromise on the quality. There's only one thing left, and that should be made to the highest quality, and I'm really dedicated to that, and I will finish it. And if you don't believe me, the best reason for me to finish it is that I already know what I want to do next. It's another big idea which is in my mind for already like 4 or 5 years, and it's growing, and I definitely have to do that thing, but I can only start with it after I finish that movie. So if I want to do that next thing, I have to finish the movie, and I also want to finish that movie. I mean, it's basically my work of life, at least for now. So yeah, we will wrap that up. But yeah, talking about a bit the publicity, because on my YouTube channel you also noticed probably that the focus has shifted a bit. The last 2 years I mainly did update videos about that project on a monthly basis, but I realized that this is not a great format to reach a new audience, so I'm now focusing more on doing standalone videos about a specific topic, and keeping the updates mostly reserved for the newsletters and Patreon supporters. If you're interested in receiving those monthly regular updates, the newsletters are now free for everyone. There's a subscription link in the description down below. So if you want a monthly newsletter, feel free. But on the YouTube, like, regular updates will... I will do those less frequent, I suppose. And just when a milestone is reached or something. And other than that, I want to do standalone videos, as it seems those reach a much wider audience and have a bit more surplus value to people who are not yet familiar with my project. You also probably recognized that I'm having sponsors on my videos now, at least PCBWay. of course, this is a bit of a two-edged sword, like every time, but I'm not in a position where I can say no if someone offers me a bit of money for a video, because as it's right now, the videos are basically just an investment and I'm rarely making money off it. And so if PCBWay pays a little bit for a sponsorship, I'm quite happy to take this. And I also can say that I won't do sponsorships of anything I do not actually like to support, basically. I mean, PCBWay is a big corporation and everything, but they actually produce useful things and I am using their service and I'm quite happy with the products they deliver. So I think it's a useful thing. But I'm also receiving messages of companies like Temu or something, which I most certainly will not advertise. That's just crap, and I don't want to advertise crap. So for now, I think I'll stick with PCBWay. There might be other sponsors. I also did a collaboration with the manufacturer of my lathe at one occasion, so stuff like that. But yeah, I can guarantee I will not promote any garbage. Talking of garbage, there's also one thing which bothers me for a while. You probably also recognized that my Facebook and Instagram channels got quite silent, and I'm basically not making any content for those platforms anymore. That's just a bad deal, putting effort into those platforms while not getting anything back and while promoting their awful system. And yeah, I decided to not feed the beast anymore. I'll stick to videos and my written updates, and I will only use Instagram and Facebook just to maybe post a link there or something, but there won't be any dedicated content for those platforms anymore from me. So don't expect me to be online or reachable on those sites. If you want to text me, I always have my email address linked everywhere. That's the way to reach me. No Instagram messages. I mean, I might respond, but I might as well not. I'm really trying to get off these platforms. They're just no fun anymore. And I came to the conclusion, if you can't win their game, don't play it, right? And I had a very how do I say, a very a revelational experience, if you say it like this, because one video on Instagram at some point went viral and got millions of views. I think that was that little clip about crafting the miniature umbrellas, and I got like 2.5 million views and tons of little likes and annoying messages, but nothing came out of that, like not a single euro of anything. And not just monetarily, also like these likes and followers, they didn't stick with me in the project, they didn't watch updates or anything. It was just this single video, and I had a lot of work answering to people wanting to buy a miniature umbrella, but of course none wanted to actually pay what it would cost to make a miniature umbrella. So it was very nice to see that it's not the goal to be good at social media and get a lot of hearts, because essentially that's not what I'm here for. What I say is, it's not the goal to be good at advertising, it's the goal to not need any advertising. And that actually works out. Like the people I admire most, who do the greatest art or are also working on really big production projects, like the person who makes the miniatures for the Wes Anderson movies. Like, he's basically offline. He has a website which is nothing but an address on a blank background. And I love that. And I mean, I also like to share my work with you and everything, and I feel YouTube is still a, let's say, functional platform which you can use. But yeah, with the commercial side of things, I think it's much more preferable to get commissions without having to do the social media circus. And at least in the last year and right now, that worked out for me, and I hope it will continue in that way. I'm also available on alternative platforms, like if you want to keep updated with videos and stuff, you can follow me on Mastodon, which I think for now is a nice alternative. Conceptually, I'm a big fan of this Fediverse approach, but sadly it's still quite niche and there are not many creators on there. It's mostly nerdy stuff and political stuff, but not that much crafty content. I was thinking about putting my videos also on PeerTube, which is basically the Fediverse equivalent of YouTube, but I also did not find a good place there to put this crafty content. It's still too niche, but maybe you can let me know what you think of that if you have experience, if there are any good alternatives to YouTube. I will keep posting my stuff on YouTube, of course, but I feel it's nice to offer at least one alternative. Yeah, so that were also a few things I wanted to get off my chest. Yeah, regarding YouTube, during last year I did not find a lot of time to make videos myself, and it's always this trade-off. If I have a bit of time, do I work on my movie and don't tell anyone, or do I make a video or images or anything and put it out there, but then I have less time to actually do something. So that was a very annoying trade-off for most of the time, that I spent more time showing my work than doing the work, which felt like a bad deal for everyone. And so I decided to collaborate with a friend of mine, Wenzel, who's now doing the editing for my YouTube videos, always linked in the description. And that way I can just shoot the footage, we discuss what it's going to be, I record the narration, which is enough work already, but the editing, which always takes like 2 or 3 days for a video, that's something Wenzel does right now, and I'm using parts of the Patreon support to pay him for the editing, because I feel, especially in the times where I don't manage to make good progress on the movie, putting those donations into YouTube videos, that way the supporters at least get something out of their support, basically. Because yeah, making YouTube videos is also lots of work, and right now it's maybe 50-50 split between making videos and making progress on the movie. My personal goal would be to grow my YouTube channel to kind of a break-even point, where the sponsorships actually pay the production of the video, so I don't have to put in any additional Patreon or personal funds. Right now we're not there yet, but with the success of the Compasses video, we're on a good path, I think. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Should I make the handles of the compasses too? I really was a bit slow with the crafting today, but there were also quite a few things to talk about. Anyone in the comment section having an opinion on that? Crafting the handle or calling it a day? Or there's even one more topic I could talk on a bit about. Whatever. I'm first having a sip of tea. Hit the foot switch of my mini mill again. Do the handles, says Orange Lowry. So, if that's the case and we have enough time, then yeah, let's do a handle. And And in case you're wondering, the topic I could talk about is basically my view on AI stuff, but not to repeat all the other creators out there. I think I still have one or few words to add to the discussion. Maybe let's prepare the handle and then do another bit of talking. But before that, I quickly have to run to the toilet and I'll be back in a second. Here we are again. How long would the handles take? I don't know. If all goes well, maybe half an hour. I will make them in a similar way as with the big compasses. So let's see, what's the width of this? 2.5, only 2.5 millimeter. So yeah, I'm going to use a 3 millimeter brass rod as the main material. And should I make the handles with a little wood sleeve like on the big ones or just brass? Oh, I'm not sure yet. Probably wood sleeve is a bit nicer so you can touch them without making them rust all over the place. Either way, we need to go to the lathe and I'll try to rearrange the good camera so you can see what I'm doing on the lathe. Nope. I quickly need to unplug that camera to go to the other side of the room. Where can I plug it in? Yeah, I'm running out of sockets. That's a bit annoying. Just a second. Oh, do we have a live view again? Yeah, we're alive. So I'm having this contraption with a magic arm on my lathe, which allows me to attach a camera up here and position it nicely so we can see the work and the lathe. So So just like that. Oh, that's super blue light. Yeah, about like that. Let's find a 3mm brass rod. Is that one? Yep, that looks about right. Okay, and we're going to need a different drill size.
That room is a private place where we allow the witness to merge the system. When the bathroom is closed, the toilet seat is closed. Yes, especially
Okay. So, okay, I'm going to turn down the volume a bit again so you don't get a lot of ear pain. But I'm basically going to turn a little stud with a thread at the end, which will then hold the little wooden sleeve, which will be the main handle. Then I cut off the part and do the back side, which will be connected to the compasses. Okay, let's do that. Check. Okay, still maybe like that. We'll see about the sound noise level. Too much stick out.
see now this is true. What I say, since you're gone all night long and every day, I sing the song with nothing more to say. Hey, hey.
All right. I now have a little 2mm rod with a 1mm thread inside. That's the core where the wooden sleeve will fit over. Now I will cut off that piece, turn it over, and form the part which will connect to this compasses. And there we will need to machine 2 flats so it fits inside that little gap between the top plates of the compasses. Let me quickly have a look at the construction again. So from there I can see the distance between the 2 top screws which will hold the handle to the compasses is 5mm. So at a diameter of 2.5mm, that means that thing should be 7.5mm long, the part which goes basically between those 2 top holes. 7.5 plus a little edge between the compasses and the wood part. You'll see what I mean when I do it. So yeah, let me quickly go back to the lathe and do that.
In the nature, there's a find that blows every scientist's mind. It's a puzzle, nonetheless, necessary for the world to progress. First you're little, then you're not, like a star from a tiny dot. First connected, then it's cut. We like to breathe and run and giggle, but we're not afraid of growing old. There's a time and a place for us to be. We're not afraid of
No. Damn it.
He said I'm gonna
Make some changes in my life. I'm gonna throw out some things. Like dirty things, like little things, like
Okay, I made the rough shape for that handle, but I just realized that I might not have the collet size I need to clamp it, to put it on the lathe now. Come on, why is this not coming out? Now I'm really struggling with multitasking. Okay, so my idea was to take the little piece we made and put it with the round section up in a collet inside this block, put it on the lathe, and then mill that part so that there's just a small little like a piece of sheet metal remaining, which perfectly fits inside that compass. But let's see if I have a suitable collet chuck, otherwise I might need to remove some more material. 3.5, 2.5, there's the 1.5. Okay, 1.5 millimeter chuck. Yeah, because that little rod where I want to fit over the wood sleeve ended up being less than 2 millimeter, more like 1.6, and I suppose that does not fit in perfectly with the 1.5 millimeter sleeve, does it? Nope. Oh, it's getting late. So I need to remove a bit more material so it fits in that. And then let's hope that doesn't break. Yeah, it's the first of the miniature compasses I'm making, so let's see if I manage it still today. Okay, I need to remove about 1/10 of a millimeter, so it's precisely 1.5 and it fits in my collet.
behind him. He had two ways.
Okay,
He did.
that should fit now. I managed to hit 1.5. Measures 1.5 precisely, but it does not fit my collar. That's the idea. Putting that piece thin end down on that collar and then milling the flats. But I'm a bit afraid it might just snap off. So if that happens, I'll call it a day. Oopsie, I was still silent. So what I wanted to say, now that it finally fits, my idea is to put it with the thin end in a collet and then mill the flats on the big end. But it might just snap off because 1.5 millimeter might be just too little material to hold on, and if that happens, I'll call it a day. But it might work. Sometimes it's just a bit try and error to getting these things to work. Especially if I don't do any practice runs. So, I'll get the camera back to the mill and then we see if it works. You know what? Getting some connection problems with my camera. Doesn't want to show the live view anymore. It's stuck on that old thing. Checked the cables. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on, but I think it's just getting a bit too late now. Let's do it like this. I'm going to machine that handle off screen. And the next update will include a nice image or video clip of the finished miniature compasses. For now I'm really happy with that part, and I'm sorry I didn't manage to finish the handles. It was just a bit too much today, too messy in the workshop, and yeah, got a bit too late. But you saw the process in the big video about the big compasses. Basically, yeah, that's the rough part. I flip it over, mill the flats, drill the cross holes, screw it onto that piece, and then make a little tube out of wood, basically, which fits over that handle. And yeah, I would basically do it the exact same way, just tiny. Yeah, and I'm not sure. Of course, it was the first live stream in quite a while, and some technical difficulties are to be expected when handling so many streams at the same time. But yeah, I'm sorry it didn't work out that great in the end, and for the audio problems in between where things were too loud or not audible, or where I forgot to switch camera and you weren't seeing what I was doing. So too much going on. Not sure if I'm doing a live stream soon again. But feel free to let me know in the comment section if you would like me to do more live content. Then I would probably also get a bit more used to it, or if I just concentrate on proper videos which are shot in a neat way and then edited properly. Yeah, it was a bit of an experiment today. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining me live in my workshop, and for putting your questions in the comments. That was really lovely to having a bit of interaction. Yeah, is there anything else? Of course, now at the end, thanks again to my music artists who I'm playing in the background, that being Martin from Wintergarten, Billy Rubin, Reptile Shoes, Ariel my friend, and Maurice Trench. That's the Maurice who's also working on that project, and he will probably also provide some music for the finished movie at some point. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. My rant about AI has to wait a bit, but there will probably be another opportunity for that. Yeah. So I think that's it for today. Thank you so much for joining in. If you want to keep informed on my work, maybe consider becoming a member on Patreon. Even the free members get the monthly update, or subscribing to the newsletter. And of course, all support is greatly welcome. And not to forget, huge thanks to Andras for sponsoring my high-speed Wi-Fi in the workshop, so I can do the live stream with my mobile phone, plus helping me with setting up all the technicalities of a stream. So yeah, we'll see if we do it again. Thank you so much. Let me know what you thought of this format in the comments, and have a lovely evening. Bye bye.